Blog Talk Radio.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight, let's live it up. I got my money, let's spend it up. Go out and smash it, like oh my God. Jump out that sofa, let's kick it off. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, face out and losing all control. Fill up my cup, Mama talk. Look at her dancing, just take it off. Let's paint the town, we'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling tonight, hey. Let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Smash it. Like oh my God. Like oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get off. Fill up my cup. Drink. Mama talk. Look at her dance. Move it. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, do it, do it, do it. Here we come, here we go. We gotta rock, 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 rock. Easy come, easy go. Now we on top, feel the shot, body rock, rock it, don't stop. Round and round, up and down, around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Get with us, you know what we say. Party every day, party every day, and I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Woo-hoo.
life. Then it's can you feel it now? So brothers and sisters, so we know how. Now tell me, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Ooh. All the children of the world, yes, it's alright. Take my message to your brother and tell him why. Take the news to the north and then to our children and their brothers and tell them that the wrong thing that you get is not a business, not a business. Now tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you see what's going down? You feel it in your bones. Can you feel it?
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. It is Wednesday morning. We missed the whole day here, Pearl. It's Wednesday morning, May 20th, 2015. I want to first officially welcome you to the Hair Radio Morning Show and my very special, great co-host, Miss Pearl Walker from Memphis, Tennessee. So good morning, Pearl.
Yes, good morning, Kerry.
Yes, I am excited. When it's Wednesday, I'm always excited. I mean, first of all, we have the great Shanna Van Ness joining us in our next hour in the studio. So we are going to be literally talking to her live on the air. So that's coming up in the next hour. We're really, really excited about that. We've got a lot of things to ask her. You guys know that Shanna comes from the Living Room Talk Show, which is a TV program that broadcasts out of New York. And we're so excited to talk to her. I want to ask her about several different community topics, things that are on our TV sets, discussions that are waiting to have, and also what can we do, what can each of us do to help improve our communities. So we've got a big, tall order for her this morning, so we can't wait to get with Shanna live. She's here every Wednesday morning, as you guys know. So real excited about that. Of course, we have our wonderful topics and hot topics to get into as well through the Hair Radio newspaper, which is hairradionewspaper.com. We're going to be talking about Hair Nation Expo and just a lot of wonderful things to get into. And how are things down in Memphis these days, Pearl Walker?
Things are going just fine here in Memphis. The clouds are just about gone, and we're going to have a great day today.
Wonderful. Well, listen, we've got a whole bunch of wonderful music to play to kind of get things going. We will have something on in just a moment, but we're going to switch things up just a little bit. We're going to lead in with something I've wanted to do, which is one of our favorite interviews, which is featuring one of the folks that, well, you know what, I'll just go ahead and get it on. And then after that, we're going to chat live on air. We've got a few things that we need to talk about this morning. So I am excited to have you all with us. We want you to stay with us the whole broadcast. We're on from 6 until 9 o'clock. And that's Monday through Friday, live on the air. So we've got David Babai, his latest interview, we should say, up now, and we'll be back on the other side. Stay with us. You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. Now we have with us a very, very special guest and friend to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'd like to welcome David Babai. David, welcome back to the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Thank you for that amazing welcome. Yes, I'm so excited.
Well, we are happy and excited to have you back. I mean, you are stylist to the stars, I call you here at the Radio Boring Show. And all the fans out there can attest to it. We've played your interview here just on a regular basis, and everybody here has followed your amazing story, David. So we want to welcome you so much back here. Yeah,
thank you for having me, yes.
Absolutely. Now, it has been a couple of years since we've chatted here on the Hair Radio Show. And, so what have you been up to? First, tell everybody, what have you been up to?
I've been just doing my work, as always, trying to find different ways to be inspired, different ways to create new hairstyles. What I've done really a lot, which has been great, has been journeying through other people's work and being inspired through hairdressers that work at salons and hairdressers that work at blow bars or hairdressers that work, in freelance or movies, and taken a lot of inspiration on that and trying to push myself to do, to get out of my comfort zone, if that makes sense.
So it's still important that you stay on top of trends and all of that. I never ever thought of, that you'd have to do that, but you have to stay fresh with all that you're doing, and, and I guess the celebrities are always looking for something different. Is that how it all works?
Yes, definitely. And what's amazing is my first client, as you know, was Kate Hudson, and I did that wave, that beachy bohemian wave that not a lot of people had done, and totally by accident. I was straight out of beauty school 2 weeks into it, and I did that wave literally by reading the manual on the curling iron, because it says they didn't teach you that. Yeah, and I actually told her that like maybe 5 years later, and I actually put it on my Instagram, and she quoted, she's like, "Wait, you graduated school 2 weeks later and you did me?" So, I had kind of been stuck by that, like, oh, can you do that wavy look? It was like nonstop doing that, and I could have almost done it blindfolded, and at one point I would look at my work and be like, oh wow, I'm not inspired by my own stuff. I think it's important that we are all inspired by what we do. So, yes, definitely want to keep fresh, I do look at trends, but I take a trend and I get an inspiration from it and try to make it my own, because it's so hard to do. It's like, not to compare myself or any of us to, like, we're artists, so it's like you want to create your own kind of spin on things, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. It makes great sense. Now, folks out there, I've got to bring you up to speed. Let me just, you know what, David? I'm going to just call out some of these names of these clients that you have. Now, of course, we know about Kate Hudson, but we've got Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman, Angelina Jolie, Julianne Moore, Gwyneth Paltrow, Brad Pitt, Jennifer Lawrence, Uma Thurman, Kate Winslet, Katherine Heigl, Christina Aguilera, Kate Holmes, everybody knows Katie Holmes, Hilary Swank, Sarah Jessica Parker, Jessica Alba, and the list goes on and on and on. I kid you not. So, David, I've got to ask you, the question that just ran through my mind as I was reading these names, what's one thing that you would say that all these clients have in common besides you?
Thanks. I've been
tough question.
I know it's actually a really, really good question. I've been so fortunate and blessed in my life to work with such beautiful women. And men. Forget about their looks and their beautiful hair, everything. I've learned so much from them. I think that's what they all have in common is throughout my journey of doing hair, whether it's working with, Gwyneth or working with Scarlett or Christina or, any of these beautiful women, is I've learned specific things about them that I've taken into my life, and I've worked on myself. And I'll give you one big example is I lost, 3 years ago, I started the journey of losing weight, and I lost 135 pounds
135 pounds.
Insane amount. It's like, and I'm 5'6", so that's like that's a lot.
A lot. Yes.
And that was all from Gwyneth's inspiration to me and my other clients, and learning what's right to eat, what's not, and not depending on food, because we're always so stressed, and we're always, as hairstylists or artists, we're always giving to other people and giving our attention to them, and sometimes we neglect ourselves. And that's what I had in common with all of these beautiful women, is they taught me to love myself, and to really know my worth, and it wasn't so much in a validity, not like putting me in, making me feel uncomfortable or I need to lose weight. It was just the love and support I got with no judgment, So I think that's the biggest thing in common that all of them have had, is the love and support they've shown me, as an artist or as someone that does their hair, a confidant of theirs,
Well, you know what? I have to say, and folks, if you just joined us, you are listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and with me on the line is a gentleman who really helped us to launch. When I decided to come back to do the Hair Radio Show and to relaunch the network, David Babai was one of the first to be right there with us in the trenches, and we've been playing your work ever since here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. And we're just so happy to have you with us. We really are.
I'm so happy you guys are doing this. I'm so happy you're doing this and you're back, and I'm so honored to have been a part, starting, and I'm so supportive of this. I think it is such a brilliant and needed and inspirational thing you're doing. So I'm inspired by it, so I'll tell you that.
Well, thank you. And you know what, David, I would love for you, and I know you touched on it before, but I would absolutely love, the story, I know how you kind of got started, and you were kind of, and a lot of folks have mentioned this to me in listening to your story about how you had gone to school and you had studied one thing, and you kind of decided you wanted to take your career, your life into a different direction. And after your parents had paid all this money for school, I never forgot that. It was one of my favorite parts of the interview. And you told, and you said that your mother had at that time said, you know what, why don't you try, hairdressing? And it was kind of the road that you went on, and obviously you've made an incredible success for yourself. So what is something that when you share that story with folks, what's the response that you usually get?
I think the response that I get is to wow, or it's really good that you're following what you really. Sometimes we go into a journey and we think that's what it is. Sometimes we have an impression of who we're supposed to be with, who we're supposed to be, and then you kind of do it and you realize, okay, that wasn't it. Oh, well, I'm stuck doing this forever because it's too late for me to change, or it's too late for me to do something different. And, I love that you brought that up, because I haven't talked about this in such a long time. I look back now and think, wow, how different my life would have been, how uninspired my life would have been. And it is okay that even if you had graduated school and done something and realized, okay, this wasn't what I was meant to do, it's okay to change, and luckily we're in an environment that you can. It's hard. For some people it's harder, for some people it's easier. For me, it was extremely hard because I was going into a field I had the only knowledge I had from this was what my mom did. I remember when I was a child smelling those harsh chemicals, back in the day. The thought of scared me, but it excited me, and it made me feel so alive, and I don't regret a moment of it. It has been the most insane ride of my life, and sometimes even till today, I can be in an environment with the biggest movie star or the biggest situation, and I think, how did I get here? Wait, why am I, I feel like I have an out-of-body experience, and I'm like, why am I here? So I think a lot of people ask me, that I've seen at, hair shows or, speaking engagements. They're like, what made you decide? You know, it was my life. It was something that I needed to love what I was doing, and we only live once, and we need to take that risk. You know, think of clarity and do it. If that makes sense.
I totally agree. It makes a lot of sense, and thank you for sharing that.
Thanks.
Now, I know something that has happened in the last couple of years since we've chatted. GHD. I want you to tell us tell us what GHD is, and tell us about being a brand ambassador.
You know, I have, throughout the entire years of doing hair, my mom, and another thing a lot of my clients told me is, don't ever endorse or be a part of something that you really don't believe in, because it's something that, you know, I didn't want to ever lie to people. I never wanted to lie to, you know, readers or people that are listening to the radio or anything about, oh, you can do this and that. So I really was never intending on being a brand ambassador. I was fortunate and lucky and humble to receive offers all the time, but I never found something that was just the right fit for me. And I, you know, as a hairstylist, I'm sure every hairstylist listening to this, you're very loyal to your tools, to your brush, to your hair clip, to your comb. It becomes an extension of your body, you know? So I was in Australia, and I was doing a press junket, and my flat iron blew. So I had to go and buy a local flat iron there, and I came across GHD's Eclipse. And I was like, from the minute you turn it on and the little noise it makes to the tri-zone technology, and, you know, I'm a nerd, so I read all of these things. I was like really impressed, you know? So I was actually approached by them because on my Instagram I had said, you know, oh my God, I love this tool or something. And they approached me and said, you know, we'd love to talk to you about being a brand ambassador. I was like, no. Wow. You know, I'm open to like endorsing your products because I really believe in it. And they're like, no, we really want you to be our ambassador. And I was like, wow. So I met with Francesca, who's the CEO in the United States, in North America, and we fell in love. I fell in love with her concept, where she wants to take the brand. So she had just started, and 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, me and her, we both met, and we've taken this journey together, and the company has grown in the United States significantly, and it's an amazing feeling to actually bring something that everybody loves and that weren't really aware of. And, you know, you're as good as your tools. You're as good as your scissors. You know, as a hairstylist, we're as good as what we have to work with, you know? So I've gotten on my Instagram, on my Facebook, on my Twitter, like so many comments of like how it's changed their life and how their clients are so much happy and, you know, da-da-da-da. And I was like, okay, good. Because I was scared. I was like, oh, my God, I hope I didn't make a mistake. Because I don't want to let other hairdressers feel I did something wrong, because, you know, some people write to me as inspirational, as I get inspiration from them, and I didn't want to make the wrong choice and lead people into the wrong avenue, a wrong tool, wrong path, you know?
Well, how you have to tell everybody, David, how can folks get a hold of these GHD products?
You know, I think you can go, definitely at Sephora, they sell it, and at GHD.com, you know, they sell it, and it's, you know, what I love about these tools, it's all about the health, and you know me, I'm a health freak in hair. So what I love about it is it's, you know, tri-zone technology. It has 6 sensors, even heat all the time, maximum heat of 365, which has been recognized by their scientists in Cambridge that that's what you need. And I've noticed it. I've done it on all types of hair, and I don't burn the hair. You know, and it keeps, you know, it keeps the, whether you do straight or curly, it lasts as long as you do, you know. So people can go online and purchase it, or they can go on Sephora.com, or at Sephora. A lot of retailers are carrying it. It's, you know, it's a global brand. You know, it's growing so fast, and people are loving it, you know. And if you read the comments about them, you can see it's almost like, wait, this has been here and we never knew about it? And it's just the same thing with me. I was like, why didn't I know about this? Because tunnel vision. David has tunnel vision sometimes.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you. That makes sense. Yeah. Well, listen, if you have just joined us out there, you are tuned into the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and we are on the line chatting with one of the true friends to the Hair Radio Morning Show. His name is David Babai. You guys know him. He is, I call you the ultimate celebrity stylist. The ultimate celebrity stylist. It really is so. Yeah, so we're so happy to have you back with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, David, I have to say, and I certainly remember this when we chatted before, but it's this commitment that you have for women. Now, you have made their well-being, and just helping them to create a feeling of beautiful on the inside as a big priority in your life and every which way in your life. And I wanted to kind of talk with you about that and some of the charitable things that you're into these days. You gave us a big, opened up the window to it last time, and you kind of told us about some of the things you were working with some of the other celebrities and their relatives and things like that. So I wanted to just check in with you on all of that. Where do you stand today on your commitment with women?
I'll tell you one thing. It's so fascinating to me, and I owe this to my mom 100%, is the love I have for women is unmeasurable for me. Women, I came up with this thing where artists have drawn them, philosophers have pondered over them. It's just women have made me the man I am today. So for me, the inspiration that women give me is not necessarily all about their looks and their weight and their height and their career status. It's more about what they are to me and their inspirational, maternal, energy that they do. And when I do hair, I have to be really connected to the person to actually perform and do good hair. That's one thing I've actually learned, I have to tell you, is that, the love I have for women and what I've learned from women is so amazing, and that it's like the love keeps on growing. And just when you think you know it all of a sudden you're blindsided and you're like, wow, I didn't know about women. You're just like, okay,
that's right.
So
wow.
I've learned a lot about the health consequences and the emotional consequences, and I've had clients that have babies, and I've had clients and I've learned so much. And and as far as what I believe in charity stuff that I do, and it's not charity, it's not a cause for me. It's something that I really, I'm a big animal activist. Everybody knows that about me. I'm really against animal testing, animal cruelty, illegal wildlife poaching. It's just, it's something that's been a deep, passionate drive for me, I think, since I was a child. And I still continue that fight, and I've seen the changes that have happened, and I've learned from labs and that it's a penny more not to test on a rabbit, or, the illegal wildlife poaching with Wild Aid. What I learned from them is, there's an alternative to poaching. A lot of people in third world countries or countries that don't have opportunities, that's their only opportunity, is to actually find groups and funding to create alternatives to poaching. So I've learned so much throughout the years, and I feel like it's only the tip of the iceberg. And this morning before we spoke, I was thinking, oh my God, I wonder what we're going to talk about. And, and I kind of had a momentarily flash of my entire career since we've spoken. And I was like, wow, so much has changed, and I still have so much more to learn, Wow. So I think that's kind of where I'm at,
Well, I love it. And folks out there, let me just continue on this list for just a moment. We're going to take you there, David. We are. Now, you have worked with, and in addition to all the folks we mentioned, you have worked with Reese Witherspoon, Keira Knightley, Jessica Biel, who I think she just gave birth to a baby, I believe, over the weekend.
Wow. I'm so
yeah, I think so. Well, let me tell you, a few of these folks, they've all made news. I guess that's why they're superstars. Olivia Wilde, Emma Stone, Winona Ryder, Emily Blunt, Liv Tyler, Rachel McAdams, Mary Kate Olsen, Meg Ryan, Mila Jovovich. I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name. Jovovich, thank you. That would come out right. Blake Lively, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Rachel Weisz, Ryan Reynolds, of course, and Vanessa Paradis. You've just worked with, is there anybody, I mean, I don't think there's anybody left in Hollywood.
I know. I just thought of it. I feel like, oh my God, is my career done? No. Now I'm at I love when I hear that, because I don't ever look back at it. I think to myself, wow, I did a lot, and I think the one thing that, and I don't know what your question was going to be, and I'm sorry to interrupt, is
go right
balance.
ahead.
This is the one thing else that I've learned is balance. My life has become my career, and I think about 3 years ago, and I don't know if we talked about this last time, is when I had my first adult breakup and my first adult heartbreak. I realized, that's why I kind of lost the weight. It's the best diet in the world.
Okay, that's interesting. I like that.
But that really taught me as an artist, to balance myself and to have work and have fun and, learn more about myself. And, so now do I work as much as I used to? I don't. Luckily I'm at a place where it's almost, I kind of pick and choose what I want to do, not because I like one more than the other. It's more because I like myself, I love myself, so I do work for inspiration and for everything else, but I also take time for David, because I think all of us artists, and I know I have so many hairdresser friends that I love with communicating, and I love social media because I get comments from people in Nebraska and, Wisconsin and Texas and, and I hear them saying they're balancing. They are the ones that inspired me to balance my life, because sometimes when you become uninspired, it's because you're not taking time to smell the roses, if, that old saying. So I have done all of these amazing women, and I still continue to work with them, which I'm so blessed for. But now sometimes I'm like, you know what, I need to take a couple of weeks off to rejuvenate myself so I can come back and do them justice by making them feel amazing, not just by their hairstyles, Wow, I've grown a lot, haven't I?
You have. I'm just blown away. I'm blown away. I mean, I look at some of this, and I mean, just to call out whether, like, appearing, the work that you have done with these celebrities on the covers of Vogue magazine, Bazaar, Elle, In Style magazine, Vanity Fair magazine, Glamour. I mean, and the list goes on and on and on. So that's just amazing all by itself. You have to be one of the most, I think the word I was looking for was omnipresent. Just everywhere, your work is everywhere, and which is amazing. So it's a great accomplishment for you. It really is. It's an amazing accomplishment.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I really wanted to lead to. What kind of advice? And you are always kind and always share different things with us and always bring some kind of empowering words. What kind of advice would you be able to leave with, with some of the stylists about who are looking to, become celebrity stylists? That's the thing. They are working in the capacity of styling hair, but they want to attract or get on the path. Now, you're in Hollywood, so it's great for you, but we're in New York. I'm wondering about some of the folks I think who are in between us. What advice might you be able to share?
I'll tell you one thing. Mine was luck, so it was complete luck. But, I think like my assistant, who's not really an assistant, who's done hair longer than I have, but she's, I met her and now I've referred her to all my clients and she does all my clients all the time. What I love is seeing somebody else the new generation or the new group of people coming in, and I look at their work and I'm like blown out of the water with inspiration, and I'm like, how did you do that? How did you do that braid? I can't braid to save my life. I mean, I can't braid to save my life. That tight braids, forget it. Call me and you want a sloppy braid, I can figure that out. But I think that, you look at the hairstylists or people that have contacted me saying, I'm coming to LA, how do I do this? I think you have to be really motivated. You cannot, you have to choose to really focus, be focused, and come out here and network. Come out here and find out where studios are, the studios that do the hirings for movies, or the publicists that refer to you, showcase your work, whether it's coming here and meeting with modeling agencies and saying, I will do test shoots to create your book, because a lot of photographers that are starting, I started out with this photographer named Ben Dugan, very dear friend of mine, and he's on his path and I'm on my path, and we're actually having lunch tomorrow, which is kind of ironic. I know, it's really great. I'm so excited. But, we used to test, even though I had Kate Hudson after school, I still needed to get that Vogue or W or InStyle or all those covers. Nobody knew my work. So I would test with models, and the models needed tear sheets for their book. The photographer needed it, and the makeup artist. So if you go to a modeling agency, and say, I want to test. And then some way, somehow you become into this network where they're like, oh, I just worked with this hairdresser, he was great, or this makeup artist, he was great. What was his name? So you build that kind of community of fresh new people that are starting, and you move up with that group. So I honestly feel if you're wanting to do that and I have seen people coming up like that in LA or in New York, is decide I'm going to move to LA or to New York, and I'm going to do that. Before you come, have a plan, talk to Ford or Elite or any of the modeling agencies and say, how does it work? And you go in and you're put together with a group, a makeup artist, a hairstylist, and a clothing style, the whole group that does the shoot. And then you guys kind of work together, and one of you guys gets a break, brings on the other one, So I think, and also stay humble. Really stay humble. Don't let your ego get in your way, because that's the number one decline in your creativity. Work as a team. So when you get here and you do all of those things, listen to what the stylist inspiration is, and the photographer, and the makeup artist, and do it together, because you win together, not separately, I think that's the best way.
Well, on that note, David, I couldn't agree with you more. Listen, I just have to say, and I just want to remind the folks out there to definitely stay in touch with all that you're accomplishing, and they can find you, I'm sure, across social media and all of that. And you just have to tell us, so what are you on to next? What is it that David Verbaai is focusing on next?
What am I focusing on next? I think, I don't know, to tell you. I'm going to be honest with you. I have a lot of amazing opportunities in the future. And right now I'm taking that moment to focus and to really decide the right direction that I want to go to, whether it's opening up salons across the world, or whether it's, doing a TV show, or whether it's, whatever I do, whatever I plan will always be inspirational for myself and for the people I work with. So I've learned that that's my center core, and that's what keeps David happy. I think everybody needs to have that little journey. So I don't know yet. I mean, life is so unpredictable, who knows what's around the corner, So
yes, I love
I'm just going to sit, smile, and take it all in.
I love it. Well, listen, I have to say, you have just emerged as an extraordinary businessman, on top of just being this, the ultimate celebrity stylist. You've just also been able to kind of tie in a lot of bright ideas and making an impact. So I just want to let you know we really support you here. I think you know that by now.
No, I love you guys, and I support you.
So I'm coming out to Hollywood now. We're going to look you up, David. So
yes,
just
I can't wait.
know.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Right.
And I'm so grateful and thankful for you to be doing this, having me on, and to all those amazing hairstylists out there that inspire me every day by what they do. Let's just do it all together and have an amazing
Wonderful.
time doing it. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Well, listen, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to you today, but we are going to follow you and to stay on top of your career, your amazing career, okay? And just know that you are influencing a lot of folks. Even if you don't touch another product or anything, you have done your job. So I just want you to know that, okay?
Thank you.
And,
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we're going to stay in touch with you. And
Great.
I want you to stay on the line just for a bit. Folks, we're going to just keep it right here. There's a whole lot more of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come, and stay with us.
Oh, yeah. I want to take it back just like this.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. It is Wednesday morning, May 20th, 2015. And coming up in our next hour, we have the irrepressible Miss Shanna Van Ness from the popular television show, The Living Room. So we are really excited to have her with us. You know that we have her with us each Wednesday morning in the second hour, and and she's got lots of things to share. Plus, we've got quite a list of wonderful hot topics that are in our community that we will be talking to her about today. So I'm excited, Pearl. What do you think?
I think we're going to have a great show today. I'm looking forward, and Shanna is always a treat. What can I say?
I totally agree. She always gives 150%, and our fan base, the folks out there, you guys just love her, and it's so great. So yes, we're going to have a great show. So we're going to get a little bit more in, and then we're going to go ahead and get Shanna started. So we're going to we'll have some. We also have to talk about the Hair Radio Awards, Hair Nation Expo. We've got a long list of announcements and some material that we got to cover for you guys today. So we definitely want you to kind of grab your coffee. We're going to kick in with another song, and then after that, we're going to chat right here live on the Hair Radio Morning Show and lead into Miss Shanna Van Ness. So stay with us, everybody. That was Mr. Keith Sweat that you guys heard, and this is one of our recent guests. You guys know her, Miss CeCe Peniston, with a cover song of Donna Summer's Last Dance. Stay with us.
You know what, y'all? You know how you're in the club and you know the night's getting ready to be over? And you see that person that's been sitting across the room from you? And you've been having your eye on them all night? And you're like, damn, I'm trying to get with them, right? All right, here we go.
Last dance for love. Whoa. Yes, it's my last dance. Romance tonight. I want you to hold me, baby, please hold me, 'cause when I'm bad, I'm so damn bad. Yes, I am. Ooh. The last dance, the last dance,
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines, and with me on the line right now is Miss Pearl Walker, my wonderful co-host from Memphis, Tennessee. And Pearl, I just wanted to check in with you on the Hair Radio upcoming Hair Nation Expo, I should say first. The Hair Nation Expo. Any thoughts on that?
Oh, yes. Everything is coming along with the Hair Radio, with the Hair Nation Expo, and we're very excited. I want to encourage everyone to continue to check out the website. That's www.hairnationexpo.com. It's very comprehensive. There's information on the 3-day event, the hotel, if you're a vendor, if you'd like to be a presenter. So, yes, things are coming along just fine in regard to the Hair Nation Expo, and I'm just so excited. So please, everyone, check out the website for the latest updates.
That's right. And again, just to remind everybody, it's going to be in Harlem, New York. That's Manhattan, coming up on Saturday, February 20th, Sunday, February 21st, and Monday, February 22nd. It's a 3-day hair extravaganza. So it's really hair and beauty, makeup. There are workshops for the professionals. There's, for the general consumer, everybody's welcome. We've got free workshops on Saturday for the public. Sunday, we've got a lot of things going on with professional workshops. Monday, we're doing a whole lot with business and workshops. We're having panel discussions. It's just going to be a lively show. So we want all of you there. And again, like Pearl said, you can go to www.hairnationexpo.com for more details. And also our wonderful hotel partner, which is Aloft Harlem. That's ALOFT. It's all there at the hairnationexpo.com website. Hotel Aloft Harlem is footsteps from the actual venue that we're having the wonderful event, which is right on 125th Street. It's incredibly convenient, and you are in the vicinity. You're literally doorsteps. We're on the same street as the Apollo, the famed Apollo Theater, which is the legendary home of folks like James Brown and Michael Jackson and all of those wonderful folks. I've all performed right there. So 125th in Harlem is a very historical place. And they're full of shops where you can just shop. There'll be tons of opportunities to patronize the vendors that are inside the venue that are a part of this amazing event. But in addition to that, you'll be able to go out and just shop on 125th, meet the wonderful folks that are there. It's a very hustling and bustling kind of place. I think that you're going to love it. So if you're not from New York, you will appreciate being amongst friends and seeing this wonderful city. So I'm really, really excited, as you can tell.
Yes, I am as well. I can't wait. And, February will be here before you know it, actually.
It is, because the thing is, and that's a good point, Pearl Walker, because, folks, the tickets are on sale now. You can get the tickets. There's a link when you go to hairnationexpo.com. Our ticket partner is Eventbrite, so you can easily get the tickets. They're very economical, and we suggest to buy early because the early bird price is only going to be good for a little while longer, and then the price escalates. So please get your ticket now while it is less. It will not be that way very soon. So we are encouraging you to do it while you can. So it's a big event, and we're going to have some great performers coming on to participate. We have a lot of folks. I'm in talks right now with some great surprises and some of the hair community that's coming out and signing on. I'm talking with a couple folks even this morning, so it should be really, really great. Any update, you'll be able to go to the Hair Nation Expo and see it there. Or contact us. You can always hashtag us at Hair Radio 20 or inbox us or chat with us while we're live on the air. We're signed in now. You're able to chat with us as well. Now, coming up, right after the commercials, we've got the one and only Miss Shanna Van Ness joining us. And then, Pearl, you'll be back with us at about in about a half hour or so. So we will continue with you in just a bit. And we're happy to have you guys with us out there. This is the Hair Radio Morning Show. And we're with you Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 a.m. That's Monday through Friday. And it's always exciting. So we're going to take a quick music break. And then when we come back, it's Shanna Van Ness. Stay with us.
I live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause, live for the applause, applause, live for the way that you feel and sing to me. The applause, applause, applause. Give me the feeling of what you feel is make a love, give me the feeling of what you have is make a love.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. It is Wednesday, May 20th, 2015. It's our show number 97. And with us right now, is the one and only Miss Shanna Van Ness from the popular TV show, The Living Room. Good morning, Shanna, and welcome back to the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Hi, good morning, Carrie. How are you today?
I am doing just beautifully on this Wednesday morning in beautiful New York City as we broadcast live. It's sunny outside. It's just a fantastic day.
Yeah.
And so I want to check in with you. Now, for those of you who are just joining us for the first time, Shanna Van Ness is the host, the executive producer of this extraordinary talk show on television called The Living Room. Shanna, what's new with the living room?
Yeah, so the living room is out there doing what it does, attending events, making sure we spotlight leaders in the community, trying to support the increase of community engagement, and actually getting the word out about people and organizations that are doing great things to promote positive social change. So, yeah, we've been busy.
You have been busy.
Yeah.
Well, listen, and we're just adding to that plate with having you right here on the Hair Radio Morning Show each Wednesday morning. We're going to throw that in there for you guys to join us in the middle hour for Shanna's updates. Shanna, I thought it would be a great idea to get you to weigh in on some of these hot-button civic and community issues that kind of affect us all.
Yeah.
And then after that, we certainly want to get your feedback on some of the steps that folks can take to get more involved in community efforts. So we've got a lot to talk about this morning on the Hair Radio Morning Show.
All right. Well, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, first of all, and what we've done, we've set up a page. Now, there's only one thing on it right now, and that's a video that I want to direct everyone's attention to, and that's at www.hairradio.com. And as always, Hair Radio is spelled HAIRADIO.com. It only has one R in the middle, so it's hairradio.com. And what you want to do when you go there, you'll see the video of the young. Now, we've talked about this briefly on the show before. It's where they were, it's in New York City. It's at one of the McDonald's. I think it's in Brooklyn, where you have these young teenage girls fighting each other. And it's just like a free-for-all, just a throwdown. You would never, not easier that, well, we'll let you watch the video and weigh in for yourself. But I wanted to get your feedback about this kind of thing, and then talk about, we'll get into some of the other questions that arise from these videos. But what are your thoughts when you see something like that, where you have these young ladies, with the young girls fighting like that? What comes to mind?
Well, one, it's paining to see that. It's really awful that we as individuals and even our young people often resort to acting out in such a way. I was a teenager once. I think even when you grew up, people fought. There were fights. Let's be realistic about it. But I can't recall when it was a fight to kill type situation. And and then also.
Well, we used to call it the fair one. Remember that?
Right, absolutely. And now, it seems like you would have thought they were fighting for survival, and again, that's a bit alarming. Our young people have a lot of anger and tension, built up within them. I think we need to really, as adults and people in the community, really need to get out there and start talking to our young people, to really ask them, what's going on? And I think we even lose sight of that. Like, I'm a parent. I have 2 teenage daughters, and even raising them at home, communication was critical for me to really understand, well, what's going on? Well, what are your thoughts? I don't think a lot of people treat our young people with a certain regard or respect either, to the lowest level of just asking the question, what's up? Talk to me. And I think through conversation, dialogue, people will begin to open up. Our children will begin to open up, so that we don't get to this level of warring with each other.
Well, see,
and that's what it looks like,
Yes, It does. But I wonder sometimes, and I like what you say, we should be communicating more with the teens and not just running the other way because, I have to say I can be guilty of that too when you see all the teenagers in the street, instead of being nice or friendly or just saying hello or hi and keep it moving. But we have this thing where we know that they're trying to become adults and we know they're going through a rough time, and we don't communicate enough to show them the right way to do things, to make their transitioning into adulthood a successful one or more successful one. And it just amazes me so much. But you're right, we need to keep the conversation going. What role do you feel that the parents, don't you wonder where those girls' parents are when they're fighting in that McDonald's like that? And when you say fighting for survival, that's exactly, I have seen people in war that didn't look like they go in that much. So what do you say about the parents? Is this a reflection on the parents, is my big question.
Sometimes yes and sometimes no. I do think that, because you can have a child come from a home that's a great home, that is a home that provides guidance, but yet that child gets caught up or submerged in peer pressure. Then you can have a child who comes from a home where the parent is not as present in the home due to socioeconomic issues, where the parent must focus on being a sole provider for that child. So, again, it's not always a negative reflection or a bad reflection on the parent. What I have found, and even what I've experienced raising my two girls, I'm a single parent. I've been a single parent, but although a single parent, I knew parenting is a collaborative process with supporters who support me in my growth and my children's growth. And this is not just family members, but again, parents also have to align with individuals in schools. Children also need to be provided resources where they can go and talk. It's funny because my oldest daughter's in college. I can remember her being in high school, and there may be an issue here or an issue there, but when the school was made aware of an issue, there was mediation before it even got to the level of brawling in the street. Now, nonetheless, not saying that kids didn't fight, of course, after school, but the school also stepped in once they got wind of something is bubbling up. So, again, one thing that I noticed through this whole McDonald's incident, there was no mention of the school administration being aware of what was occurring, perhaps in school, nor did I see even in that video where any school administrators are making sure that these kids don't gravitate to the McDonald's.
And I also have to say,
school and my principal pushing us away from the school. Go home. Go home.
Go get out of here. Well, let me also say, and with our own biases, because immediately the first question, here I'm leading in with is, where are the mothers? Well, where are the dads?
Where are the mothers?
And the dads. Yes, and the uncles.
And the uncles, what I mean?
And the church folks, and the folks that, where's the community? That's the difference, Ms. Shannon Van Ass. That's the difference. We had the community involved. It wasn't just because our parents didn't see everything.
No,
although it seemed like mine certainly did. But that's another story. But so when you had, you knew to still behave when you walked into that McDonald's, because if not, word was going to get back to your family. And even if my neighbor saw me carrying on at the McDonald's, She was going to, at that time, in those days, kind of, we had corporal punishment in those days, but she was going to kind of pinch my ear and tell me what I needed to do to get my tail home.
Right.
So, those days are gone for many reasons, but they're gone. So how do you feel about all of that?
Well, you asked a great question, as it relates to where's the community? Where are the, let's say maybe the older adults that we knew as we grew up that we had regard and respect for, and the community raised the child? This is also a deeper rooted issue in looking at the economic resources that have been removed from a lot of urban communities as it relates to programs in the community that our children could attend and be part of. Again, growing up, I could remember going to a community center and having after-school activities in a community center. Again, when I was in high school, there was sports. I played sports. There's so much going on that our children can gravitate to that is negative. But we, in politics, money, resources, funds, somehow have removed the resources in a lot of urban communities, and therefore our children really don't have a place to go. They go to McDonald's. They go hang out in Central Park and harass people. So again, this is a huge issue. This is an economic issue. This is a socioeconomic issue. I think our educators need to do a bit more also in the schools with outreach. And again, when you have programs that provide outreach to children, our children can begin to think in different ways and be part of different programs so that they can grow into these adult leaders, but learn more social skills. I also noticed with this wave of technology, our children are now lacking adequate social skills. And again, back to education. Our system is so focused on academic test, but they ignore the other skills. Right, but they also ignore the other skills that are needed to make a young person a well-rounded individual.
Exactly. Well, see, this also harkens to what do you do when you graduate high school and you don't really know what's out there because they're so focused only on one part of the important puzzle, which is important, but, it's not a standalone. So it's not only about learning how to conjugate verbs. You also need to know when to apply those, when to do all kinds of sorts of things that are going to make you a well-rounded, civically minded individual and, start you on the right path. But going back, when I look back at that video and I think about these young women, and as you said, we've got a whole bunch of issues out there and factors that lead into something like this. I'm thinking, well, gee, what did we do in society? Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong?
That's again a great question, a huge question. Unfortunately, I don't think you, Mr. Kerry Hines, has the answer. I don't think I have the answer. I think we can look at our history and trace back to see where things have fallen by the wayside and things have gone wrong. It's important to always ask the question, identify what went wrong, but we see what's wrong and we see what will continue to be wrong if we don't do something to address it and do something right to
and now
transform
it's the time.
it.
Exactly.
Right.
Now it's the time for that transformation. So let's turn the page, Ms. Shanna Van Ness. And what do you say some of the things that we should be doing to turn the corner?
From at the highest level, I do think we as a community need to really understand where resources are being allocated in our community. When you look throughout even Brooklyn, New York, you see neighborhoods growing with condo development and, homes and just infrastructure changing in a lot of the urban areas of Brooklyn. That's occurring due to some type of financial resources. Where are our tax dollars going as it relates to sustainable programs for youth, sustainable transformation programs that provide mental health and mental health awareness, sexual awareness, in our community? So that's at the highest level that we as individuals can go to, our council people and understand dollars are coming into the community. Where are they going? And then having a collaborative voice to say, well, I think we need to develop, a community center. I think we need to develop another park, to again, give our children and something different where they don't have to hang out, per se, in McDonald's or on the corner. Again, it also has to do, in my opinion, with parents and educators, meaning parents in the schools, also aligning to again, address other types of programs that can be housed in our school setting. I mean, just like we at WeWork, right? We spend a lot of hours, a lot of time at work as adults. Our children spend a lot of time at school. At some point when they go through the process of all their academics, they need an outlet. Unfortunately, our children, in the case of, the McDonald's incident that happened months ago, it's possible that these children may not have another outlet or may not know of another outlet.
Well, now, let's shift the gears a tad. Still kind of at McDonald's. Not the same incident, not the same McDonald's, but at another McDonald's. Again, another brawl, another fight. This time, though, and this is what's kind of going on today, but for those of you who have seen the video, as soon as it's available on YouTube, we'll direct you to it or bring it on to Shanna's new page at hairradio.com, which we're going to load up with all of her information about her TV show and things that you're working on. Shanna, we'll talk more about your page in just a few minutes and towards the end of our show today. We should say the end of your hour with us. We'll talk about it. But I want to kind of turn to this video where, like I said, it's again, we're at another McDonald's, at another brawl, and this time it's folks fighting, a group of folks fighting a man who apparently is another customer, another patron at the McDonald's. And you see the video, somebody standing a good distance away, but he is holding the video, recording the entire episode, if you will, and shouting, his voice can be heard shouting at the crowd, get him, kill him, kill him, get him, like completely inciting the folks, completely making a bad situation 10 times worse.
Right.
And so the understanding is that, according to television news, they have reportedly taken the gentleman whose video it is into custody because not only did he then go, and just post this thing, which is fine, but they heard his own voice up there. He incriminated himself.
Right.
So now they're holding him as somebody who's inciting a riot. So I wonder, this is a good question. This is like one of the first cases we've heard where someone shooting the video has been called into question. Do you think that behavior should, do you think that someone should be inciting the folks, or, and how do you think that's going to impact those who who feel it's their job to shoot the videos?
Well, I haven't seen the video you're referencing, so I can only speak to it in the way in which you just conveyed it. But nonetheless, you know, from what you stated, the reason this individual's video was confiscated was because he himself continued to ignite this fight, but also using threatening words.
Right.
Okay?
Well,
If
you
he
don't
was
get any more
saying-
threatening than
if
kill.
he was saying, kill him, get him,
Yeah.
then technically he would appear as being part of the incident to
Exactly.
keep it going, which
Right.
is different than an individual who is a witness to an incident occurring or a crime occurring and then videotaping that. So it's you know it's a bit different. So you know.
True. Very good point.
Again, we and here you know always me and the technology, because let me tell you, I've worked in technology for a long time. You know, I love technology. I can't lie myself, but we are sometimes irresponsible users of our own devices. Okay, so yep, we have this great thing called the technology, cell phones, camera phones, video chat, everything. You know, we post pictures all over the place. We take videos. However, there are times where we don't really understand the ramifications of how we're using the technology. So, you know, and that's a whole other show.
Like if that were me, I would not be saying anything.
Well, again.
But I would have never thought. I think this is one of the first cases because I would have never even. I mean, it's unusual that you'll be like standing off saying, get him. I mean, and in this case, like you said, the threatening language is to the extreme. It's not even like give him a left, give him a right. It's like, kill him.
Right.
They repeatedly kill him. I'm like, oh, my Lord. Wow.
And again, this is why his device was confiscated and he's in custody because he's using threatening words. You know, again, unlike individuals who videotape something where someone was being harmed and then, you know, and then they turned that over, let's say, to the authorities as evidence. That's one thing. But this, like I said, as you explained it, it's something completely different. And out of this, I see two big issues. One, the sensationalism of this fighting and this involvement in fighting, like we're animals, and as you said, this kill. And also the issue again of being in public places and acting out. Now, I didn't see this video, so I don't know, were these adults?
Yes, these are adults. And this, young adults, we'll say that. They've got a few of them. They got a few. They're still, I believe, working. It's still an ongoing investigative case. In this particular episode, yes, you're right. This time it's the guy in the video is amongst these people. I don't know. It's unclear whether he's a part of the group itself or because of what he was doing that has made him a part of this group. He's just as guilty as these people throwing the punches to me. If not even worse, because you're hearing somebody tell you, kill him. I mean, boy, oh boy. You're just, wow.
But again, and the reason I asked the age group, I guess, of these individuals is because if they are younger adults, right, and they're exhibiting this behavior, but then you have girls, high school girls, right, who also fighting and exhibiting the same behavior. There's really not a difference in the thought process or mindset. Okay?
Wow.
So that's a huge problem in itself. So how, again, when we talk about change, right, if in promoting positive social change, if we have the spectrum of this age group from young ladies, high school teenagers, to young adults, perhaps 20s, okay, that means the issues are prevalent across the age group.
Wow, that's right. That's absolutely
right. So what
right.
are we going to do now with the young adults who are already young adults, perhaps set in their ways, right? How do we transform them? So again, when you look at the issue at hand, the issues are pretty much the same. There's this widespread issue of anger. There's a widespread issue of sensationalism. There's this issue in thriving towards negativity. And in this case, when you look at it, both cases actually, it spans the age group.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to keep this conversation going. As you guys out there know, our very special guest today is Ms. Shanna Van Ness. We've got a whole lot more to come. We're going to grab our coffee. We're going to take a quick music break with the one and only Jill Scott and this song called Golden. And on the other side of that, Pearl Walker will be back, and she's ready to go. She's got a few questions for you that we all want to hear. So stay with us, Ms. Shanna Van Ness. We've got you until 8. We've got you, so stay with us. We've got a whole lot more to go. Great job. Stay with us, everybody.
Putting it on my chain, wearing it round my neck.
All right. You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines. And with me, of course, is the indomitable Miss Pearl Walker, my wonderful co-host. Good morning again, Pearl.
Good morning, and welcome back to the Hair Radio Morning Show. If you're just tuning in today, today's show is number 27, which puts us only 3 broadcasts away from our 100th show. And with us this morning, we have the lovely
number 27,
talented,
number 97.
97.
Yeah. Yes.
We have the lovely and talented Shanna Van Ness this morning from the popular show, The Living Room. How you doing today, Shanna?
I'm great, Miss Pearl. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. This is a very interesting topic, that we're having this morning. It's so timely. Actually, we're dealing with this right here in Memphis, Tennessee. Just several occurrences of this type of behavior have happened this calendar year since January, and it's just, May?
Right.
I wanted to focus in on the feminine principle aspect of this behavior. Of course, girls always fought in school. You know, you had boys fighting and girls fighting. Yep. But to have the girls participating in this type of behavior to the degree that they have, to the degree that they are, I find it most disturbing, which brings me to my point of the feminine principle. Shanna, what do you think is going on with the girls in particular, whereby they're displaying all of this aggression and typically behavior that's associated with boys?
I think, again, for some reason, our young ladies today cannot identify, and again, for some reason, with positive role models that they can feel they can grow up and emulate. And personally, for me, this has a lot to do with what our young ladies are exposed to as it relates to what they're in the media. And then what they translate from what they see as to how one earns respect. And your question took me back to a situation, that I even encountered with my two girls. Again, I have 2 teenage daughters, and a few years ago, this reality TV show came on called Bad Girls Club. I don't know if you, Miss Pearl or Carrie, you've seen it. But,
I remember.
Yeah, I'm in the house, and I'm, walking around doing things, and I glanced at the TV, and I made them turn it off because of the behaviors of these young women that were exhibited on television. And it seems as though, and again, in just my quick glance, that you have young women, young ladies, they're fighting each other, they're cursing at each other, all at the end to win something. Young girls are internalizing deciding what they see. They begin to emulate those behaviors. That's one aspect. But then in another aspect, if there's a lack of attention somewhere, if there's a lack of guidance somewhere, coupled with what they see out in the world, it just contributes to the problem. I think, growing up as a young lady, I learned from my grandmother, mother, aunt, uncle, you're a young lady, this is how you respect yourself, this is how you behave. For some reason, those values or again, those just young ladies getting talked to, our young ladies getting talked to, that doesn't exist for some reason anymore. And maybe it does, but it's not adopted or applied because there's this overarching power out there that tells our young ladies, this is what you need to be like. this is what you should be. So, you know, I think we have a lot of... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, because those images are very powerful in the case of the television show and so many other instances where the young ladies are inundated with these improper images, these improper role models from the media, and then, you know, what you were mentioning about things going viral. And they just, you know, we have the smartphones, and they just have all this time to look at and engage in all of these videos that are on YouTube and other places. And I guess as parents, maybe we need to step up to the plate. Well, we should step up to the plate, be at the plate already, and censor what our children are being exposed to. Like you said, you turned off the television. A lot of parents would not have even noticed it in the way that you did, as well as be prompted to turn the television off. But yeah, I would say that the images are influencing them, and they think it's okay. And on a personal note, I was dating this guy, and I signed his teenage daughter up for an etiquette class. Mm-hmm. It was part of a continuing education lineup at the University of Memphis, here where I am, and they had classes for children also during the summer. And I signed her up for this etiquette class, and do you know that they contacted me and refunded my money because I was the only person who had signed someone up. And we're talking about a metropolitan area up towards 1 million people, and I was the only person who had signed up. Mm-hmm. So that speaks volumes about even where we are as adults.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it speaks volumes as it relates to what we are deeming as important skills that our young people, our young ladies, even our young men should know. You know, so, you know, yeah, that does speak volumes. It does.
So I know last week we were talking about, you know, community involvement as it relates to organizations and being engaged. Do you think, and actually I just thought about it, I'm actually speaking to some young girls today at an after-school program. I think they'll be from like ages 6 to 12, so I'll have to tell you all about that next week. But as it relates to community organizations, if someone wanted to form a community organization and mentor our young people as it relates to, you know, I guess I don't want to say behavior, but it is about behavior. What are some of the core tenets that you think, anything that's dealing with youth advocacy or youth mentoring, what do you think are some of the core tenets that people should focus on if we're sincere about trying to help our young people and get them on the right path? Should it be behavior, academics? What are some of the things that our focus should be on, whether it's through an organization or just the focus within the home?
I think behavior is one. I also think self-awareness is another. Self-identification. A lot of times when, you know, with our young people, they're really looking for some way to identify themselves with something. And again, because the images and a lot of the, you know, some of the negative things that are going on, they are beginning to identify themselves with a lot of negative aspects as opposed to the positive aspects. You know, I'm a firm believer when it comes to mentoring and, you know, working with young adults, working with children. We need to be self-aware. We need to teach them self-awareness. We need to teach them respect for themselves. You know, a lot of children sometimes behave in the way in which they do because they don't respect other people. But when you drill down at its core, they really don't respect who they are. Mm-hmm. So when you begin to build confidence and go through the process of building confidence in our young people, especially our young ladies, through self-identification and self-awareness, then you can look at the other areas of behavior, because behavior then is, let's say, this ripple effect of how they perceive themselves. You know, it's unfortunate. If I perceive myself as ugly, if I perceive myself as uneducated, then I can only identify with behaviors that compensate for ugliness or ignorance. So, you know, again, it just seems as if, and again, I'm just speaking from my experience, a lot of young people just don't like who they are. We need to find out why.
Well,
Why
that's because a whole lot of adults don't like who they are themselves.
No, you are absolutely right. Nonetheless, as adults or as a core group of adults who know who we are, who like ourselves, who exude confidence, who are self-aware and can self-identify with being like a leader, a motivator, an initiator, a change agent. We need to apply some of what we have to our young people to make them a better person, because, again, they're going to be our future leaders.
Wow. And the future is now, folks. The future is now. Well, I have to say, Shanna Van Ness, yes, if you've just joined us out there, you are listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines, and my wonderful co-host, Ms. Pearl Walker, and we both have with us just an extraordinary guest each Wednesday. Is Ms. Shanna Van Ness. You guys know her from the popular TV show, The Living Room. And, Shanna, we just want to remind everybody out there again how they can watch your episodes that you have of The Living Room, and how they can find out more about you and all that. Do you have anything you can share with us?
Yes, so you can actually view the Living Room Talk Show on my website, www.thelivingroom.tv, or you can watch it on YouTube at The Living Room Talk Show.
Wonderful. And should we expect anything coming up soon that has you saying you got to tune in for this?
Well, again, we're still in season 1, and there are a few episodes left of season 1. Episode 4 will air next week, Wednesday. So I would say tune in. I'm on the couch with a magnificent gentleman by the name of Mark Pollard, Esquire, and he himself is doing great things in the community as it relates to, engaging and increasing knowledge in, to our young people as it relates to different laws, and how our young people need to, again, become aware of what's going on and what their rights are, in society. And, again, my team and I are really gearing up for season 2, and we're just really excited, putting a lot of work in.
Wonderful. Well, it sounds like it. So we are excited to and can't wait to see it. And also, we just want to remind everybody out there that Shanna Van Ness will be with us each Wednesday morning right here live in our second hour on the Hair Radio Morning Show. So we are so happy to have you with us on a regular basis to keep us informed of community hot topics that are affecting us all. We can no longer just pretend that they don't exist. We can no longer just do everything but face reality. So by joining forces with you and your amazing outfit with the Living Room TV show, we're so excited that you'll be able to keep these issues front and center and begin these conversations that will have a lasting impact on all of us. So it is just excitement to have you with us. It's exciting, I should say. Yeah. Now, I do want to mention this, and for our next meeting, perhaps we can talk about this at length a little bit, but and we can save it for next week. But I want to kind of start the process of talking about what can we do. The one thing when I spoke of you coming to the Hair Radio Morning Show, the first thing that everybody said was, what can we do in our community to make a difference? What can each of us do? What are some of the steps? So we're going to have you come back to us next week with the answers to that.
Okay.
What steps can each of us take to help turn our communities around? So that'll be the big question that we want reviewed for next week. Now, today, I do want to get your feedback on this. And we are not trying to slam anybody. We're not trying to be negative. This is all about us chatting and getting to the core of what we need to do to strengthen our community. And the one thing that it was uncovered, and I saw this with my own eyes, was a reporter from the newspaper called The Atlantic. He was actually a guest on CBS Morning News over the weekend. And he himself, you can Google this, he wrote a story that I've shared on Facebook as well about the lottery targeting poor neighborhoods around the United States. And then the money, the funds that they take in from all of these, and we're talking about billions of dollars collectively, that are received from these lotteries. And those monies are used to help offset paying higher taxes. So, in other words, they take this money in, and it benefits the 1%ers, those who are the rich, who do not have to then pay higher taxes because of the, if you will, allegedly that this is going on. But we're under the guise that the funds that are going in, you're helping to make your contribution to the education of our young folks. When it's like what's being educated really are someone's pockets. So what is your take on this? I don't know if you've seen these stories or heard about it, but it is just mind-blowing to folks out there who have seen this. And what's your feeling about this, Ms. Shanna Van Ness?
Unfortunately, we live in such a capitalistic society where we, in our urban communities, again, gravitate and thrive towards items that are the hot things to do in the community. And I can honestly say I'm a victim of playing lotto every now and again. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think we've all maybe have participated in buying a lotto ticket or, buying a scratch-off game at one point or another. It's just really unfortunate how, when you look at it in the big scheme of things, you have these types of vices, because lottery is gambling, right? You have these types of vices spread throughout the urban community, and again, that's I look at that as those individuals playing upon the mental state, the psychological aspect of individuals in the urban community. That's how I see it, because, I live in an urban area. Every store you can go play lotto. Every store, basically. And again, as you stated, the lottery was designed for something. This story uncovered, a more in-depth level of who's benefiting from it.
Exactly.
And again, it's one of those situations where if we know, who's ultimately benefiting from it, how do we change that? How do we transform that? Do we stop playing lotto? Do we in our urban communities, advocate to take the lotto out of the communities, out of the stores? Probably not, because the stores benefit also from selling lottery tickets, because everybody.
Well, it seems like everybody's benefiting, but the poor people.
Right. So again, the only way that I think we can seek transformation in that area is if we opt to not participate. See, we have a choice, and we choose to do a lot of things. And in this, what we're talking about, we have a choice not to play lotto. We have a choice.
That's right.
We have a choice not to gamble, not to spend $1, $2, $10, $25, thinking we're going to hit the big bag. Again, it's about educating the community, as you've done with the post and sharing the article. But we really have to get that word out as to who's really benefiting. Are we really benefiting? Once we understand that we're not benefiting, then I think a lot of people will not participate.
And that's what I think. This is the first part of that process is peeling back the layers we talk about. So this is the very top layer, if you will.
Yes.
As we used to say, skin in the potato.
Yeah.
It's the very first layer of that because I think to bring it to everybody's attention that hold it. We were told this, but we were sold that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is where we've got to take a closer look. And like you said, I think you said it best. Does it benefit us? If the answer to that is yes, then you go right ahead and put your money on your favorite lotto game. But if it is not, and that is clearly seen as it has been uncovered, then you really need to do some soul searching and think, is this something that you want to support or continue to support?
Right.
So I think that's the thing, the big question, and I'm just amazed.
Yeah, one thing I'm finding and I'm realizing is people aren't asking the question, how am I going to benefit? How does this benefit me? Mm-hmm. We jump on the bandwagon per se when something just hits the surface without being proactive in researching it first.
That's right.
So if it's the new thing, we're just on it. But we never take a few seconds using our technology that's right in hand to research what we're about to choose.
That's right.
And people have not taken our choices away.
Well, I'll tell you something that I have found. When, because like you, I would have about $3, and I say, oh, well, let me play one of my favorite scratch-off games. Because it's exciting, it's very addictive, and as you get an adrenaline rush from it and all kinds of things that are unlocking those psychological traps, if you will. And so I buy one or two of the games, and I ask my friends at these stores here in Brooklyn. In my community, we have what are called bodegas, which are like 7-Elevens, if you will. We'll leave it at that. But on the corners. But the whole thing is that they told me, and this was several years ago now, so I don't know if any of this is really true or not, but they said, well, and when they do a lot of these games, the organization, when they send out the cards for those scratch-offs, they already know, like if it's a new store that's being set up or just opened up or just somebody who just got the machine in their store, they create the cards. They load the cards with more winning numbers. So like if you're playing a scratch-off for $1, you may have a whole bunch of more winners within that block or those blocks of cards. And they won't win a lot. They have it so it's $2, $1, $3, whatever. It's very, very low numbers. But they do a whole bunch of more opportunities in those cards. So if it's a new store, they give the new store package, which gives a whole bunch of winners. And do you know why they said that? They said they set up those cards with the winning numbers, winning opportunities, so that it will bring the person back to purchase more cards. So it's the way of addicting the person to the game right away. Because it's a new store, they want to build up the numbers in that store. So it's all, they've seen you coming. You don't even stand a chance. So that's what I've learned. If you don't stand a chance, then this is not for me. If it doesn't, and that's why it goes back to what you say. If you don't feel like it's benefiting you, then maybe it's time that you wake up.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know. Pearl Walker, what do you say about all this? Okay, well, maybe she's already gone to buy her lottery tickets. We don't know. We'll have to check in with her a little bit later.
Yeah,
but
no,
what
you're right. You're right, Carrie. You know, and again, it's really about the choices we make. You know, again, the choices. No one has removed our opportunity to make a choice.
Right.
You know, we're responsible for the choices we make.
Exactly.
So,
and that's the thing. It's just mind-boggling. It really is. Well, listen, we are going to let you go, Miss Shanna Van Ness, because we know that you have a lot on your plate, and we're going to go ahead and let you go today. But you have been and is always an exciting person to have on the show. We just love Wednesdays. We look forward to, it being Shanna Van Ness Day here at the Hair Radio Morning Show. So we'll have you back with us next week. Don't forget that question now. What
sure
can
won't.
we do, okay? And we'll have you back next week. And we just wish you all the best, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, Carrie, and thank you for always having me.
My pleasure. Well, folks, we're going to say goodbye to Shanna. We're going to take a music break. We've got a lot of the Hair Radio Morning Show left. Stay with us, everybody.
Now on sale, The Meeting Place, authored by Walter Allen Scott. The Meeting Place is an exciting, hot new release that takes the reader inside the world of today's barbershop. For the first time, be a fly on the wall and listen in to the truths that are being revealed that you won't be able to put down. It'll grab your attention from page one. The Meeting Place. Buy your personal autographed copy today, exclusively online at walterallenscott.com.
It's summertime, and the ladies of Natural Born Hats have done it again. For the summer season, Natural Born Hats will have fedoras, floppy sun hats, military, and a 5-panel hat to round it off. Different styles, same protection of a satin lining that will prevent the blaze of the sun from drying out your hair follicles as well as burning your scalp. But that's not all. Natural Born Hats will be introducing bucket hats and turbans. So if you're not a fan of the floppy hat, try a bucket hat for the beach. And if you want to hide those braids and twists in the style or for even deep conditioning on the go, try a turban. And if you're going to be in Philadelphia in May, we have an upcoming natural hair show on May 30th. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Natural Born Hats.
You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. Now we have a very special guest with us who's from the world of music. It's Mr. Craig Williams from the Seal Breakers. Welcome to the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Hey, how are you, Kerry? Glad to be with you.
Well, thank you, and I'm happy to have you. Now, you've got to tell us, what exactly is the Seal Breakers? What is the Seal Breakers?
The Seal Breakers are our band. We're out in New York, primarily Brooklyn, New York. And
yay for Brooklyn.
We've been together. Yeah. We've been together now since, the group has taken on different forms with different members at different times. We started out as primarily an instrumental group in 2001 under the name of the Eagle Brass Band. And we were doing sort of like covers and things like that and playing at different events. I took some young guys that were from my community, and I wanted to find a way to marry my love for music and my desire to work with young people and educate the next generation. And so I started this group, and I was able to teach the music, teach the musical instruments, teach the musical appreciation. And so that group went on to do great things. It's like not only were they able to learn musical instruments and become very proficient at them. Mind you, this was guys that have never played any kind of instrument before. Became very proficient on their instruments, and so that by the time they were leaving high school and preparing to go to college, they were able to get scholarships to some top musical programs in the country. I have some at at Bennett in South Carolina, and then Johnson C. Smith in Charlotte, and it's been really great. And so
all because you took the time to teach them these and to introduce them to these instruments and literally open up their world and their opportunities.
Yeah, I was doing some research, and at the time I was really struck by the studies that I saw that said that kids that had musical training and aptitude tended to do better in their academics. And so I wanted to see if that was really true. And come to find out that as they began to learn these instruments, become better on them, and began to see themselves as musicians, right? Because then I was able to sort of introduce this idea of what the musician is, right? And what it means to be cultured, and what it means to be intellectual. I was able to point and give them historical references for, the Cats on the Trumpet. And I'm like, yo, look how cool Miles is. Look how he dresses. Look how he's able to articulate himself. And so they started to want to live out that sort of the life of a musician, the life of a a life of the mind, and to want to be intelligent, and to really embody what it means to be a musician. So it transformed their lives. And so they became serious about their academics as a result of wanting to become serious about the music. And so eventually, some of the guys went on. They went on to want to do things in terms of their academics and higher education. And so some of the guys wanted to do become more interested in recording. And I was able to take some of those guys that had desire. They started out playing instruments, but then they wanted to write and produce and to sing. And they had these abilities that they were developing on their own in private. They said that I was such a stickler for music that they didn't want to come to me and approach me with it until they knew it was right. So by the time I heard them, they were like super good. And I'm like, where did you learn how to sing like that? Like, how did you learn how to rap like that? How long have you been doing it? But they had
and I've got to say, Craig, now you're talking about Brooklyn, New York. Now, I live in Brooklyn, and we broadcast the show, the Air Radio Morning Show, from Brooklyn, New York, and I lived in Bed-Stuy. I can't imagine that, you know, it's that much. We know that the folks are incredibly talented there, but when it doesn't come to mind so quickly about having, you know, access to this kind of music and so forth. So so having you step in and kind of, you know, introduce music. But where did you get your start in all of this in the way of music? How did you get introduced to it?
The way a lot of black entertainers and performers get into it, through the black church. And
that's what I was about to say.
My dad was a pastor, preacher. I'm a PK. For those that don't know what that is, PK is a preacher's kid. And when you grow up in that context, you become exposed to a lot of music really early. And I was blessed to come out of a tradition that was really rich with music, that was gospel music, but it had this tinge of New Orleans-styled brass horn music. And so my dad, and like it was a family, almost like a family tradition. Like my dad knew how to play horns, and then my brothers knew how to play horns and drums, and you just were exposed to all of this different kind of music. So we were laughing. I was talking to some of my brothers and sisters the other day. We were trying to explain to some friends of ours what it was like living in our house. Because somebody was saying like, oh, y'all sing or y'all play or y'all do something. And we were like, it's because the way we grew up. Like we would come home from school one day and Dad would have like Cannonball Adderley on, right? And then we could come home one day and Dad got James Cleveland on the Hellier on. You know?
Wow.
So he can come home. You can come home one day and he's listening to Rachmaninoff. So you know we had.
So you guys heard it all,
Yeah, he wanted to expose us. He wanted to expose us to that. And so by the time I came along, I started out in church, but then I was able to do hip hop and R&B. And so I started my first professional recording that I did was a platinum record with Christopher Williams from the New Jack City soundtrack, a song called I'm Dreaming. And so that was like my first song that I ever did went platinum. Oh,
wow.
I just felt like I was destined for greatness. So I was doing that for a while. After the death of a friend of mine, Notorious B.I.G., and when he passed away in 1997, I became so disillusioned with the music. I wanted to step away from it. I just really didn't have the same passion that I have for it.
And you knew him in Bed-Stuy?
Oh, yeah. I had actually worked with him and everything. Yeah.
Wow.
So I had, done songs with him in a plan. And this what really made me really, just sort of really crush me, was that we had just did some work together for Shaquille O'Neal, a song that we did with him called You Can't Stop the Rain. And after we had recorded it, Big had broached the conversation of me becoming a part of his group, that he had Junior Mafia, and he wanted me to become a part of that. And he said, man, I'm going to go to L.A., and when I get back, we're going to start developing this stuff some more and start working on some of this music. And that's when he was killed. And so I just was like, oh man, you know, I'm not even really interested in the way that I was. So I took that time out, and that's when I started to develop the guys. I was like, well, if I'm not doing it anymore personally for myself, I want to definitely make sure that I'm able to pass something on to the next generation. And so I have been doing that and started with my guys, but then they started to get older. By the time, they were able to get up there. I didn't know that they were so good. By the time I heard them rap and sing and write, I was like, when did you learn how to do that? And they were like, man, you know, we would go with you to different places and studios and stuff like that. And we was just
and they would pick it up, literally.
Sucking it up, yeah, you know, and wanted to sort of be a part of it. And so the first record that I did coming back off that tremendously long hiatus was, I said, after they were doing the Barclays Center downtown Brooklyn, I said, man, wouldn't it be great when it had its own song? And I said, I want to do a song called Brooklyn. And I got the guys together. I wrote the song. I was like, look, you know, you rap that part and you do this part. And we got Paula Shanice, who's the lead singer, the female vocalist on it. I said, you know, I want a female voice on it. I had just met Paula. I had just met her through a friend of mine. He said, man, you got to hear this girl sing. I said, man, everybody says that they can sing. He was like, no, you got to hear this girl. I was like, I'll listen to her. I heard her sing a couple of verses or something, and I was like, oh, my God, her tone is amazing. And so I got her to sing the song, and, man, we went in the studio, we recorded it, did the music, and it became a song that actually began to be played on WBLS and played in the Barclays Center and well received by people around the city and across the country. Surprisingly, I thought it was a song that was more regionally specific, but then I began to talk to people from around the country who told me that they were digging it, and they were saying like they thought that Brooklyn was not only just a geographic location of Brooklyn itself, but that it was a song about overcoming odds and overcoming hardships and all that.
Exactly.
Kind of stuff. Like no matter where you're from.
Exactly.
So,
Brooklyn speaks to the world, and that's why we broadcast right from Brooklyn, New York. Now, I have to say, let me take a moment to remind everybody. Folks, if you have just joined us, you are listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. We're chatting with the Seal Breakers, actually. We have Mr. Craig Williams, who is the founder of this group. So you kind of pulled everybody together. Now, I understand that you guys actually perform for Reverend Al Sharpton in Harlem. You've got to tell us about that and tell us all about it.
Yeah. Reverend Sharpton was having a National Action Network convention. And so his daughter Ashley had heard us play at another event. And she got in touch with us and said, I would love for you guys to perform for my dad during the National Action Network convention. Now, Kerry, this was the best story. This this story really blessed me. So there's a woman. She comes in. We're setting up. Right, we start to play. We're playing a little bit, and this woman comes in. And she has a official uniform on, and you know, I was like, wow, she looks like she's somebody important, but I didn't know who she was. And so she came in, and then she's listening to the music, and she's starting to dance and move, and really, you know, I'm like, wow, she's really enjoying the music. I was like, that's good. I still didn't know who she was. So she went to the dais. I said, oh, okay, she's going to be on the dais. She's obviously somebody important. And so the program went on for a while, and then they announced that our keynote speaker is going to be speaking, and we're so glad to have the Surgeon General of the United States.
Oh, my goodness.
And so I didn't know who she was, but before she got on the podium, she came over to me and said, what's your name? I said, my name is Craig Williams. She said, what's the name of the band? I said, the Seal Breakers. She said, listen, this music that y'all playing right now, after I do my speech, I'm going to point to you guys, and I want y'all to start playing what y'all playing right now. You're going to have to crowd, like, get up and like, dance a little bit. So I was like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? So she did it. She got her speech. She did it, and that is where she introduced the idea of the MOVE campaign that Michelle Obama eventually picked up and began to
right. That Let's Move.
This idea that if people could move for a few minutes a day to just get up and do something physical, that would sort of
help.
It would help people in America with the problem of obesity, particularly children and things like that. So that was she came up with that idea that day.
Wow.
Part of the insertion. Because, Terry, I forgot what we were playing that day, but it was like the New Orleans kind of vibe. And she was from Mississippi or Alabama. And so she was moving. She was like, yeah, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, check the time. You know?
Wow.
Yeah, man, it's been great like that, man. You know, just great opportunities that have happened to us, you know, back to back to back. Reverend Sharpton, you know, Paul was saying for us the first time that day. She had never sung with us before, but she sang with us that night, and the crowd was so overwhelmed. I said, wow, this is the formula right here. Her singing, the band playing, and
just all coming together.
That we got that day, I said it coming together.
Wow. Well, I love this also that you guys have done quite a bit of traveling around different places, like Texas and Georgia, and kind of sharing your sound with folks. So what have you found, in traveling around the country and presenting your wonderful sound? What's the response been like? How have they received you guys?
That the music is universal, and that it touches people. That there are certain themes that just run throughout. That just run throughout people, whether they're black or white or whatever kind of nationality. That music is truly the universal language, and it goes beyond geography. And Duke Ellington used to have a saying that he used to say about music beyond category. And so whenever you're playing and you think that, oh man, they might not get this, and then you see the response, or you'll see someone crying, it's like, wow, like it really touches people. Like, and one of the things that I wanted to do with the next generation was to not take away the music that they love, the music that they enjoy, whether it's trap or drill or whatever. But I think that what I've always told my guys was you'll be better musicians if you expose yourself to the greats of history. Because there's nothing new under the sun, the Bible says. Nothing new under the sun. Everybody's got something from somebody from somewhere.
From somewhere else, exactly.
So things are just reworked. They come around. They go in cycles. And so I would tell the guys, you're going to be better musicians if you keep the influence of what's happening with you guys now, but know what the Gap Band did. Know what Earth, Wind & Fire did. Know what the Ohio Players did. Know what Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac did. And try to see the best of what it was that they did. What made people love Tupac for making a song called Dear Mama? Like, what was it about Dear Mama that was so universal that people all over the world know that song? That there are certain themes that are just so universal that it does not matter where you come from. If you hit that chord right, if you strike the right chord with the message, with the music, people will respond. And so I've just been trying to do that. And with this project that we put together, Life as We Know It, when you hear it, it's sort of this blend of classic music, that we love. Like my sister is she's a Earth, Wind and Fire person. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I wanted to incorporate the brass of Earth, Wind, and Fire and the Ohio Players and put that, you know, along with the hip-hop and R&B inflections. And we found out it just made like a really great marriage. And so it winds up being something brand new, even though it's these borrowed elements of these musical genres that we enjoy.
Well, let me say this, Mr. Craig Williams, that, and I don't know where I heard this, but when you get the right music, the right chord, the people will respond.
That's right.
And I have to say, you have just epitomized that. So this is just, well, and that's very much the truth. Where, so not just where, but what else, what's your next project? You guys, I understand, are working on an EP called Life as We Know It. How's that coming along?
It's coming along really good. We're in the final stages of it. We have just a couple of more mixes that we're doing. I wanted to bring in and work with some of the people whose engineering skills even that I really appreciated. And so when we were working on this project, I was able to reach out to an engineer named Jimmy Douglas. And Jimmy Douglas is Timbaland, who, you know, people know from hip-hop fame, Timbaland. But if you really understand who Jimmy Douglas is, Jimmy Douglas was the engineer at Atlantic Records who was recording Roberta Flack and Donny Hathaway.
Oh,
and,
wow.
You know, and Foreign. And, you know, just like so Jimmy, when he heard our music, because when I first reached out to him, we talked, and he's like, man, I have to listen to it. He said, Craig, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't need the money. He said, so now I only do projects that I really believe in. Do me a favor, send me your music. I want to take a listen to it. And so I sent it to him. I was like, man, he ain't gonna work with us. He's brand new. He's working with all these huge artists. He ain't got time for this. He hit me back in a few minutes after he listened to it and said, man, this stuff is bad. Like, wait a minute. He was like, what even made you want to do this? He said, this sounds like something that I would have done, but it sounds new and fresh at the same time. He's like, how are y'all doing that? And we talked for a while just about what it was that we were trying to capture sonically and everything. And so we're excited about, like, having him on the project and, like, all of these, you know, based on the genre of music that we were doing, we got, like, who we sort of epitomized that sound sonically as an engineer. So we have, like, this pop record called Baby You're a Star that I'm really excited about, that we got Bill Tan to engineer, because, you know, I just admire his work that he does with Rihanna and, you know, all of his big Katy Perry records and everything. So it's been great. And these guys have been working with us at a fraction of whatever it is.
I'm about to say, it sounds like you got the very best.
Jerry, we can't afford these people. But they all said the same thing. Send me the music. Let me hear
and
it.
That is it.
And Phil Tan said, I don't normally do this. He said, but I do make exceptions for music that I believe in. And I remember what it's like to be an artist and trying to come up and trying to meet a certain standard sonically. And so if you guys would let me hear it, I'll take a listen and get back to you. And he hit me back and was like, man, I love what it is that y'all doing. Send me over whatever you have. We'll discuss finances. Don't worry about that. And so it's just been a blessing, man. You know, when in church we say, we talk about the favor of God. It's been the favor of God, you know, and so we really appreciate that.
Well, I have to say, folks, you have been listening to Mr. Craig Williams of the Seal Breakers from the Brooklyn, New York area, and we are just so excited. You guys are doing some really, really big things. I do want to let folks know that you guys have a website out there, thesealbreakers.com, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, www.thesealbreakers.com, and we're on all social media outlets, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You can go follow us, keep up with what's going on with our music, the release of the EP, different appearances that we've been making. We try to upload all of that to social media, and so you can follow us. And we love to hear from your audience as well. We love to hear from you. Please introduce yourselves. We try to answer all of the the contacts back that we get.
Absolutely.
So we love to hear from you for sure.
Well, we're going to have you, not only are we going to have you back when this great EP comes out called Life as We Know It, but we're also going to have you guys to, keeping my fingers crossed, but we want you guys to perform at our big event called Hair Nation Expo in February in Harlem, New York. So we will, we'll get together on all of that, but we want you out. And, well, we just know that you guys, as always, will just knock it out of the box. And what better flavor than just New York, being New York to the soul and to the bone, and being able to share all of that in your experiences and what you're doing. Keep on doing what you're doing. Obviously, you guys, you're already out there doing it. So we're so proud of you. We're so proud of you.
We appreciate that, Kerry. Thanks so much.
It's my pleasure. And you've got a home with us at Hair Radio. We're right here in Brooklyn with you, so we're holding it down. Listen, thank you so much. And folks, again, this is Craig Williams, and the name of the group is the Seal Breakers. So you guys, please check them out. Again, the website is thesealbreakers.com, and you can find out all about them and their wonderful story, a great journey that is continuing. So great stuff, and we'll be following you. Thanks for being with us, Craig. So, listen, you hang on the line. Folks, keep it right here. There'll be just a whole lot more of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come. Stay with us, everybody.
Is it possible? Need you to hold on, cruising down this highway. Will you listen to what I gotta say? Girl, I'm still trying to learn your ways. And it took me a while for this love thing. I changed, but now I found somebody who loves me, understands me. What is this feeling? No, it can't be. I just want you to know. Before you, I was wallowing with my OG, gun in the dashboard, running from the police. Your heart changed me, put me on the right path. Let's do this in the right way. All I'm trying to say is, I never thought that I'd find somebody like you in my life. Listen to these words from my mouth. Oh, my heart has been so high, yeah, it's been so true. I know that's changing, yeah.
All plays and stages, so Brooklyn. Shine bright, highlights is so Brooklyn. Black and white unite in full Brooklyn. Lose and win in the end, it's still Brooklyn.
Yeah, New York, stand up with me. Seal Breakers. Praise the Lord.
Let me tell you where I'm from, Texas, where they say you gotta do or die. Brownsville and it still never ran, never will. Don't try to ever take my pride. It ain't been easy, but I wouldn't trade it, cause that's how I made it. Anybody wanna know who the real is? And I gotta shout a BK to the police say, now put your hands in the BK. Put your hands in the BK. Put your hands in the BK. Up for B.I.E.
from Fort Greene. Label me BK tried me. If Biggie was alive, he probably wanna start the leaders of the new school, TSB, the movement, doing that game, rap revolution, home of the Barclays. So it's go Nets, gotta hold it down, gotta protect, gotta say it loud, gotta project. Another Brooklyn rapper coming from the project, through the static, gotta earn my status. This one classic, lyrically drawing graphics without no magic. NY do or die, homicide tragic. Nightmares of dying young with dreams of success. Goals on my right side, world on my left. But I gotta make a choice, so it's spirit versus flesh. Put your lighters up right now. Reppin' for my city, Brooklyn is a lifestyle.
Let me hear you say a little louder for your representative. Oh, let me hear you say it's Brooklyn. Oh, BK, all day. Oh, Brooklyn.
You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines. I want to thank you for being with us. And our very next guest is Rhonda DeYampert. Now, she is the person behind RD Creations. Rhonda, I want to welcome you to the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Well, good morning, Terry. Thank you for having me on the show. I'm really excited to be talking to you and your listening audience. And
yes. Well, good morning to you. And I wanted to, and I want to thank you so much. Now we've got to tell all the fans of the Hair Radio Morning Show, what exactly is RD Creations?
Well, what I do, some would call me a distributor rep or a manufacturer's rep, but actually what I do is work with micro manufacturers who are trying to bring their product to their customers, whether it's a business or a at-home consumer.
Now, that's, and I like the name micromanagement rep and the title. Tell us a little bit more, explain a little bit more about the micromanaging part. The micromanufacturer, I'm sorry, not micro,
right.
The big difference, micromanufacturing, yes. Mm-hmm. How does all that work for someone who's just tuning in?
Well, a micromanufacturer, in my case, because I'm in the beauty industry, I work with a lot of people who are either salon professionals who have, over the years, developed a product that really works, and they're actually selling it themselves, but they are looking for a wider consumer base. Or I also work with people who have worked for some of the larger beauty houses as maybe product developers, and they've kind of branched out on their own for whatever reason and have developed products that are as good, if not, in most of the cases, a lot better than what's on the store shelves right now. So what I do is I work with them after they've developed their product to find placement for their product. Now, that placement could be in a salon. We do a lot of business-to-business placement of products in salons. We also work with beauty supply stores as well as the at-home consumer. So a lot of the products are professional-grade products. And a lot of times they have another line for retail as well, too. So that is my primary function as a distributor or manufacturer rep for these micro manufacturers. They're called micro manufacturers because they are producing products on a smaller scale. A lot of times they're doing it all. They are developing the products. They're the at-home chemists who are in their kitchen mixing things up, and they're just doing it all, the packaging, the marketing. So what I do is I really help them out by coming alongside with them and getting a placement for their product. And I'm very passionate about it because, this country was really built on, small businesses. And
absolutely.
In the way things are structured today, we have a lot of, really big, powerful companies that are out there. They kind of squeeze out the smaller companies that really have wonderful products, especially if their products made, specifically for their particular client. So in order to, because I've been in that position myself, too, as a micro manufacturer, so in order to help them be successful, I've, have worked and learned some ins and outs and made some really great connections, like you, Carrie, as well, to help them bring their products to the marketplace.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. So now, Rhonda, how did you get into this, though? I know that you were a micro manufacturer too, but how did you get started in this? It seems like such a unique type of a role.
It really is. I just kind of fell into it, Carrie. I'm actually a educator by trade, psychologist as well too. And,
well, you're in the right industry.
I am.
Yes.
And one morning I was preparing for work, and I was, looking for something to clean my styling iron, and the Spirit just said, this is it. So I just knew immediately what it was that I needed to do. It was right at the right moment, the right time. So I was just very excited about it. I developed it. I ran into some bumps in the road. I had some health challenges, financial challenges along the way. But, through it all, I ended up developing a product called Curl Again, which is a
Tell
cleaning
us about
pad.
It, yes.
It's a cleaning pad for... I apologize for that beep in the line, Carrie.
That's okay. No problem. Now, you said Curl Again is a cleaning pad for styling items. Yes, tell us. Tell us a little bit more about that, in case there are folks out there who want to pick that up.
Sure. Curl Again is a cleaning pad for styling irons. It works on electrical styling irons as well as thermal. So everybody's familiar with the pressing foams and the things that go in the stove. So it works for both of those particular products. I just found that it's very important to clean those products because I'm sure everyone's had the experience of a really smoky iron or really smoky pressing comb. Well, what it is it's all the buildup of oils and things that are in the hair that are causing those odors. So
and it's not a good smell.
Yeah, it's really not a good smell, and it transfers onto the hair. It can lead to embarrassing moments. So we have developed that product, and we continue to perfect it. We are always in contact with our customers and just really working hard to make sure everybody stays healthy, especially in salons when they're, using those irons, that they are trained to make sure that they're cleaning them and not passing things, undesirable things on from, one client to another.
Right, transferring, exactly.
Yeah,
now
absolutely.
that website is www.curlagain.com.
Yes,
and
that's correct.
CURLAGAIN. Well, that sounds absolutely wonderful. You go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, and what's so unique about it is when I was thinking about this product, I was trying to figure out, what am I going to call this product? Should it be styling iron cleaner? Should it be iron cleaner? And I just was thinking and racking my brain. So I asked my daughter, who was 11 years old at that time, Ash, what do you think I should call this? So, she looked at it and she just hesitated for a couple of seconds. She's like, you should call it Curl Again, Mom, so once you're done cleaning, you can curl your hair again. And then she looked at me, and I guess I just had this strange look on my face. It was shocked because I just knew Becky had just called it. So
she nailed it. Exactly.
She did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. And I also give you kudos, too, for being able to recognize that in that moment. And that's what being an intuitive business person is all about. Well, listen, folks, if you have just joined us, you are listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines. Now, we are with an extraordinary person who is out there in business. Now, she is the person, behind RD Creations. And this is someone you guys out there should know if you don't know already. Her name is Rhonda D'Ampert. I want to say that correctly now.
Very good. You did.
Thank you. Well, I've been practicing. Now, Rhonda, tell us about some of the folks that you may have worked with. You don't necessarily have to mention specific company names so much, but some of the folks they have all different types of products, and you probably had to do a lot of consulting type work, and it just seems so interesting.
Yes, actually, I have been blessed to work with some really talented people in the business, and I've had a lot of really great guidance in the business as well too. Because with the background that I come from, it's not beauty at all.
Really? What background? What did tell us about that? Now, once you open up that door, we're gonna
absolutely. We're going to go through it.
Yes.
That's fine. I have journeyed in this life. I am a jack of all trades, and I've mastered quite a few as well, too.
Great. Right.
I am actually an educator by trade.
Right.
I was a high school math teacher.
Wow.
Right before I decided to go into this line of business, I've always liked, beauty and hair and makeup. I actually sold products for the company that has the pink Cadillacs, and I did very well with that.
Oh, okay. We know who that is.
We know who that is. Yeah.
We do. Well, now, did you find being a teacher, and specifically like a math teacher, did that or has that helped you with running a business like RD Creations? Have you found any of those skills to kind of be transferable skills, if you will?
I truly believe that anything that you do in life sets you up for the main purpose in life, and absolutely. Being able to communicate your ideals and have people get it is such a big thing. And it's just not being that, sage on the stage where everybody's listening to you, but it also hones your listening skills to make sure that people understand where you're coming from and that, you can have those lines of communications. Of course, teaching is all about presentation skills as well, too. And believe it or not, in this day and age, it will definitely teach you managerial skills and administrative skills as well, too, especially with all the paperwork that's involved with teaching these days.
Wow. Well, folks, I am just thrilled to have Miss Rhonda D'Ampert on our program today on the Hair Radio Morning Show. Now, Rhonda, you have to tell everybody how they can find you and how they can reach out to you. This is great.
I still like to, I'm very old-fashioned. I still like to pick up the phone and talk to people and get face-to-face with people.
Me too.
Yeah, there's just nothing like that. Social media is great and being online is great, but, that connection. They can visit my website at www.curlagain.com, all one word, curlagain.com. They can reach me via phone in the Chicago area at area code 773-492-0545. And again, that number is 773-492-0545. And I'm even going to put my email address out there. It is rdcreationsllc@gmail.com. We're social. We're on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I just like to get out there and, talk to people.
Wonderful. Well, listen, Rhonda, you have to come back to the Hair Radio Morning Show and let us know how you are moving along with all these folks that you are working with out there, okay? And also...
And Carrie,
I
just want to kind of jump in there and congratulate you on your 70th broadcast. I saw that you all started in 95, and that is awesome. And I think, what are you on, like 200 broadcasts?
Right. Well, when it comes to hours, we've hit a lot of what do they call it? The marks. I don't know, not landmarks, but you know what I mean. Benchmarks.
Sure.
Right, exactly. We hit a lot of benchmarks along the way. The Hair Radio Show itself was created in 1995, and we started broadcasting out of Newark, New Jersey. And then, just to give you a real short version, and then, so we've been on different stations and on in different cities. I syndicated the program from Newark, New Jersey, and New York to Philadelphia and Atlanta, and all over the place. And then we started a 24-hour network for the Hair Radio Morning Show, or the Hair Radio Show. We just became the morning edition, or the morning version, in January of 2015, so just a couple months ago. We just returned to the air, so thank you. Now, what's amazing is that we've been able to rack up 70 broadcasts in just this little bit of time, and 70, and not just a 30-minute show or a weekly show. We're hitting it hard with a 3-hour live show daily.
That's right, yeah.
The most extensive, yes. Well, thank you. And it's the most extensive about hair. So we pride ourselves on being able to introduce our wonderful fans to folks like yourself who are doing well. Well, we're happy to have you here, and introduce interesting guests with interesting careers. And so we welcome you, and this is a part of our process, and we're just thrilled, and we want you to come back and join us and keep an eye on those products out there now for us, and let us know some of the new developments and things as you work with these businesses. We like to be the first at the Hair Radio Show to know what's going on.
All right.
So we're going to have you back.
I will keep in touch with you. Thank you, Carrie.
My pleasure. Okay, so that's Rhonda D'Ampert of RD Creations. Thank you again for being with us. And folks out there, stay with us. We have a whole lot more of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come. Stay with us.
Okay, bye now. Be blessed.
It's summertime, and the ladies of Natural Born Hats have done it again. For the summer season, Natural Born Hats will have fedoras, floppy sun hats, military, and a 5-panel hat to round it off. Different styles, same protection of a satin lining that will prevent the blaze of the sun from drying out your hair follicles as well as burning your scalp. But that's not all. Natural Born Hats will be introducing bucket hats and turbans. So if you're not a fan of the floppy hat, try a bucket hat for the beach. And if you want to hide those braids and twists in the style or for even deep conditioning on the go, try a turban. And if you're going to be in Philadelphia in May, we have an upcoming natural hair show on May 30th. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Natural Born Hats.
Now on sale, The Meeting Place, authored by Walter Allen Scott. The Meeting Place is an exciting, hot new release that takes the reader inside the world of the day's barbershop. For the first time, be a fly on the wall and listen in to the truths that are being revealed that you won't be able to put down. It'll grab your attention from page 1, The Meeting Place. Buy your personal autographed copy today, exclusively online at walterallenscott.com.
All right, you've been listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. It has been a fantastic Wednesday. I want to thank today's guest, Ms. Shanna Van Ass, from television's The Living Room Talk Show. And we'll be back tomorrow. So kicking off at 6 o'clock in the morning, as we do each and every weekday. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We broadcast live from New York City, Brooklyn specifically, to the world. Again, from 6 in the morning till 9 o'clock. And then after that, if you've missed any part of the show, you can always visit our archives at the Blogspot. Let's go back. You can always visit our archives at blogtalkradio.com/hairradio. And hair radio is always spelled HAIRADIO. Until tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and close out. On tomorrow's broadcast, we've got more of our countdown with the top hair icons of all time. We'll be talking more about the great Annie Malone, and we've got so much more and some surprises. So definitely join us. We'll see you tomorrow back for another edition of the Hair Radio Morning Show. Make it a great Wednesday, everybody.
I don't want no fly guy. I just want a shy guy. That's what I want, yeah. You know what I want, yeah. The man them in the party. The whole of them sexy. Watch them never follow me. Everywhere me go, the man them a rush me. It's a way for pretty boy, I want to love me. I need them love. Yes, I need them love. Show them know me sweet and me sexy. Everywhere me go, me say me ever ready. I need them love. Yes, I need them love. Shine my name. Want to feel me lover, me want to feel me praise.